Welcome to Flip the Sample Beatmaking Challenge Volume 1, the listening party of it all. This is what it's going to be. A live stream of me playing all the submissions that I got for this Flip the Sample Beatmaking Challenge. Hello and welcome to everyone who's actually in here. Kinda cool. Now, we need to start the recording for this. Now, first of all, I do have some good news and also some, I guess, kind of good news. The fact is that, this is a thing. I provided a sample to you guys. I asked you to flip it and make a beat out of it, and so many of you did just that. I've gotten around 75, I think it's even more now, around 75 submissions, which is too much for a single stream. I know I said every single beat will be played in the same stream. It's going to go on for as long as it needs to. And that's not humanly possible. Actually. Kinda. I'm going to, you know what? All the beats are going to be played, but I'm not going to be able to do it tonight in the stream. Yeah, it's nighttime, my time here in Sweden. I'm just going to be upfront and honest about that. Everyone is going to be played. Everyone is going to get their piece of shine or whatever, but maybe not today, because 75 beats in one single stream, that would be just me playing one beat after another without even saying a word. It would still take too long. I'm thinking, first of all, this stream right here is going to be 4 hours long. So from now until midnight, my time, from 8 o'clock to midnight, my time, 4 hours. And we're going to play as many beats as possible. I am still going to take the time to read all the different messages that are kind of connected to the submissions, but I'm not going to go in depth about feedback for the tracks. It's just not going to be handled. It's just not going to be possible. But I'm doing more live streams later on this week. I guess, I'm pretty sure I'm going to do another live stream at the same time tomorrow, just to play even more stuff and just keep doing this. But the truth of the matter is that this is a total takeover from you guys. You're just taking over the entire channel, the entire live streaming thing. And I think it's beautiful. It's awesome. It's amazing. I'm not complaining one bit. The fact that 75 people downloaded the sample and made something with my sample and submitted it. Whew. To me, that's crazy. 75 people, it's crazy. I did not see this coming. It's definitely a mistake on my part, but it's just a good thing, I guess. We have a lot of stuff to listen to. A lot of people obviously went really creative making stuff with the same sample, and we have a lot of submissions. And there's going to be bonus live streams. And all the streams are going to stay posted on the channel, so you could watch them after the fact. And after each and every stream, the plan is for me to post a list of the producers featured in the description of the video. Not in the stream. You're not going to know right now who's going to be played or not. So that's going to seem kind of random. But after the fact, it's going to be posted in the description for the video itself. Who was played, so you could find your own name and navigate, I'm not going to be able to do timestamps for everything, but if your name is in the list, you were played in that episode, or the next after that. I hope that makes sense. And I am sorry about this, of course. It's kind of unfortunate, but it's such a great problem to have. Getting 75 people to actually submit to something like this, to me, feels mind-boggling. It's just awesome. So, that's it. Hello to everyone who's actually in here. Some people I know from before who's been hanging out in my live streams for years at this point, and also some new people. That's awesome. Awesome. Normally I try to shout some people out and mention names and whatever. This time around, I think it's more important to actually get into the beats themselves. If you were here a couple of minutes ago, the intro that rolled was the actual sample that I provided everyone with. And I can't find the numbers on my website of how many times it was downloaded. But I know that I have about 75 submissions. I'm going to go into the website and close that system down because I'm not accepting any more submissions right now. You know, that's what it is. So welcome to Flip the Sample Beatmaking Challenge Volume 1. Without promising too much, there is going to be Flip the Sample Beatmaking Challenge Volume 2. 100%. 100%. Maybe done a little bit differently. I don't know. Anyways, it's a total takeover. You guys rock. This is amazing. I'm so thankful and happy and excited. This is cool. 4 hours of live stream tonight, playing beats, talking about them briefly, and just, you know, trying to play as many beats as possible without necessarily doing it too quickly and just skim through things. So we're going to listen to a lot of beats using the sample that was played in the intro. And I think I've got everything set up over here, which means it's time for the first submission. And I'm going to try to look at the chat later on, but right now I'm just yapping away. It doesn't seem like anyone is complaining too much in the chat room. I don't see a lot of, you know, mad or upset emojis or anything. The only thing I did not plan at all was the amount of snooze I have. A single one. So I'm going to go ahead and run off in a bit to get more. But yeah, you all heard the sample. A lot of you used it. So let's see what people came up with. The first submission comes from one of Gothenburg's finest. Gothenburg, Sweden, that is. A guy I actually met a few times. Really nice person and everything. And yeah, I'm looking for the document. There we are. Cool. The name is Jonic. This is the first submission I got. Everything is not necessarily going to be played in order, but who cares? This is the first one, so I think he deserves the shine. Jonic. Hey, Ak. This is his message to me, to us, for this thing. Hey, Ak. Made on my new MPC XL. Your old Force started to collect dust. Yeah, because he bought my Akai Force months or years ago. I chopped one of the loops and rearranged it, added some melodies on my own, pianos, strings, and sax. Nothing super fancy. My beats are often made for rap, so it might be a bit boring to listen to without it. Ha det gött from Jonic. So that's his message. This is his submission for the first episode of Flip the Sample. Damn, that didn't work. The first submission for the first episode of Flip the Sample Beatmaking Challenge. So let's play the first submission from Jonic. And of course, the audio doesn't work. I checked it 1 minute before going live, and it totally worked. Let's see if it works on this one. It doesn't, so it's actually a mistake. Okay, go in here, properties, restart capture, boom. Here we go. Jonic. Thank God it works. Whew. Let's go. Yeah, Jonic from Gothenburg, one of Gothenburg's finest for sure. Uh, kind of, you know, to me it's actually kind of crazy and cool to hear my music, my sample that I made, being used by someone else and flipped around and like used differently. It's just a cool thing for me. And you know, someone asked if you can hear the sample again. You could in the intro. I played the entire 3-minute long file or whatever. That's the sample. Playing it again takes even more time. I'm not sure. Maybe. I think this is nice. I do really, really love the bass line of this. The snare drum is a choice, a creative and kind of cool choice. I feel like it's, you know, it's not bad. Using the sample that's a little bit melancholic and a little bit sad in this way is creative and cool, not super unexpected. And sure, it needs a rapper, but I think the beat itself, the production holds up for what it is, 100%. Jonic, I'm sorry about the whole Force situation. Now you have the MPC XL, which is kind of a step up. Yeah, I applaud you for that. But yeah, I hope you got some usage out of the Force. Thanks a lot for sending this one in, Jonic. Fire stuff. And the more beats we play in here, the more submissions we get to hear from different people using the same sample, the more, I mean, this is kind of setting the baseline, you know? This is what he made with it. It's the first example. The next one could be totally different. Totally different. Yeah. I think that's the amount of feedback I'm gonna give, because going into the details like I normally do on my beat review streams is not what this is gonna be. This is not gonna be me like giving, you know, 15 minutes of feedback looking for details or whatever. That's not what this concept is, especially not with 75 submissions. Whew. Can't, you know, that can't happen. Nice track. Like the bass line, like how you used the sample and just used like short flips of the thing together with, added a saxophone. That's creative and cool. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jonic. Should we try to just move on to the next one? Just, you know, trying to be a little bit quick about it? I think so. Definitely. And the next submission comes from Kendon Marshall. And the message goes, chops and main drums on Octatrack, everything else in Ableton. Okay, cool. So the file name for this one should be okay, cool. There we are. Kendon, let's go. Yeah, that's a different vibe entirely. The same sample, different parts of it, a different tempo, a different vibe. Nice and cool and subtle. I like it a lot. The entire low frequency register had a lot of information. It's cool and vibey. I would not make something like that using this sample. That's for sure. That's for sure. Good job. Sounds good. Nice and vibey. Has a lot of vibes and a lot of mood to it. For sure. Cool. And the next submission. And yeah, I did this poll thing. Help me out in the chat and should I talk at all or nothing at all? If I'm gonna speak, I'm gonna keep it short. The next submission comes from someone called ErrorKit. Or ErrorKit. ERROR Kit. ErrorKit. He says, hey, I'm originally from the DAW world. DAW world. Which I've been rocking since 2016, but for the past few weeks I've been craving more control. Since I don't want to use a DAW, I got myself an MPC XL. As a 90s and 2000 hip-hop head, I've always just made beats with Fruity and never even afforded an MPC. Now I know why everyone's so raving about it. Sample chopping and the overall workflow are incredibly smooth. So I hope you like the beat. The drums are by B Stone, Best One Drum Lessons on Instagram. His sample pack is more than just nice. I recorded the beat in a live session. I hope it's okay if I send you the MP3 and uploaded the session on YouTube. Of course it is. I'm not sure how to share that link though, but yeah, I did check it out, actually. Cheers from Germany. Cool. ErrorKit called that. Yeah, sure. ErrorKit, let's go! That's some interesting stuff right there. That's the first submission we've heard so far that kind of kept the chord progression from the sample. I mean, it's pitched around and it's distorted and worked with in a kind of cool way, but still using the same, using the chords. You're totally allowed to do that. You're even allowed to just use the entire composition and just put drums on it if you wanted to. This was still creative, and the drum groove, the swing of things. Love the snare drum, love what you did with the entire thing. Felt hard and gritty and kind of MF Doomy in a way that's not like, too much. Cool stuff. From AeroKit. I also linked his video thing in the description for anyone to enjoy if you want to. Awesome stuff. And it's fun for me to actually recognize the sample immediately at the intro. It's just a cool little extra thing. So, the next submission comes from Jacob Kalka. Big up from Poland. I love your channel. I made this beat using MPC Live 3. Arranged in Ableton. Make music, not war. One love. Peace! Make music, not war. Yeah, I'll stand by that. And that should be that one. Yeah, for sure. This works. And the name again. Sorry, the name was Jacob Kalka. Let's go! That's another one where you kind of, or me at least, recognize the sample through the entire thing in a good way. This proves how much you can do with the same sample. This is, again, a totally different result using the same source material, flipping it in a different way, using kind of big parts of it sometimes, layering things up, using multiple layers of stuff together with some nice and subtle drums. Nothing too crazy, nothing too complicated, but well produced. Sounds good. I appreciate it. This is nice. So far, we've had a few submissions on kind of the lower spectrum, the lower side of the energy spectrum, which maybe goes with the sample itself. It makes sense like that. I don't hate it. Awesome. And just because of that, let's move into the next one. Let's move into the next submission. I need to do something like this. Played. Cool. The next one comes from someone called Classic Hank. That's a Classic Hank. Been a long time viewer. Thank you for putting this sample flip challenge on for the community. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Can't wait to hear the fire everyone cooks up with this dope sample. Classic Hank. You know what? I feel exactly the same way. Awesome to hear. No, did I already mess up? I think I messed up. Did I mess up? Damn. Keeping track of who's who. Yeah, I can just download it again. Cool. This one should be called AB Flip. Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. No, this all makes sense. It still works. Everything's fine. So, Classic Hank, here we go. For sure, a different one. Really cool stuff. I like how you kind of did the whole Nina Simone, RZA, Kill Bill kind of thing with the guitar in the beginning. Really cool stuff. The added vocals added a lot to this one. The drum groove is cool. The production itself is awesome. Honestly speaking, being in a position where I can make a little piece of music like that and you guys are using it like this is such a blessing. I feel like I'm a part of all the different productions, all the different beats. Like a co-producer or something. Really cool stuff. Being a part of something like this feels amazing, feels really good. I appreciate this submission a lot. The groove was there. The sample was chopped in a cool way, programmed with everything, and the vocals, chef's kiss. Great stuff. Thanks a lot, Classic Hank. All I can say about that beat in itself is that it's Classic Hank. It's a Classic Hank kind of beat, whoever you are. And the next submission comes from someone who goes by the name of Moment of Truth. Moment UV Truth. Like the Gangstar album, but different spelling. Moment of Truth says, "What's good, Accurate? Fantastic idea you got here. Made me jump in on the spot. All the materials used in the track is from the sample except from the drums and the bass. Hope you will enjoy it. Peace, Moment of Truth." Cool, cool, cool. Thank you. Let's pull this file into my media player and play Moment of Truth right now. All I can do is to agree with Daniel in the chat room. He put a lot of work into this one. He really did. So good, well produced, properly mixed and everything. Super nice vibe and super dope stuff. That's from the same sample. Kind of crazy. You know, a bass line like that with those pitch slidey things adds a lot of flavor to something like this. Everything else was good too. I mean, the drums and everything, the programming and the playing of everything was cool. The bass line stood out as something a little bit unique and different. And, you know, finding the right way of pitching stuff that way, it's not easy. Not easy. Good job from Moment of Truth. Thanks a lot for the submission. That goes for everyone. Thanks a lot for being a part of this. A lot. Let's move into the next submission that comes from someone called Purple Haze. With a little bit of a funny spelling, but yeah, Purple Haze. Who says, "Big up Accurate Beats. Thanks for the amazing content. I have learned a lot from watching the channel." Produced by Purple Haze. That's Purple Hayzzz. Purple Haze. And the file name, just to make sure I'm playing the right one, it's called that, and it's over there. Let's go! No, I'm not. I'm gotta think. Why is it called? Okay, it's the same one. Cool. Let's go! If anyone ever says anything about sampling not being like real music making or that it's not creative, fuck that. Straight up. This is someone who used just small parts of the sample at first and then incorporated more of them, different layers, different styles. Damn! Really good stuff. Like the drums on this one too. The overall sound of everything was a little bit different in a cool way. And the whole dum 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 dum. I never thought about that when I made the sample or when I used the sample myself to make a beat with, because I have one. I'm gonna play it in the next episode, but whatever. Now that was from Purple Haze. Good stuff. Awesome to see how creative people can be with the same source material. You know, honestly, I did not think we would get 75 submissions for this. And so far, all of them has been different from one another. Whatever. The next one comes from Sin Loop. Sin Loop says, kept the... Okay. I had a burp coming. Sorry about that. Going back. Sin Loop. Sin Loop says, I kept the native tempo for this flip. 77, I think. Once I had the sample chopped and the main melody locked in, I used Dext to layer some soft synth sounds for a more lush, expansive sound. I finished the foundation with a tight drum pocket of claps, hats, and a solid kick. The arrangement was a bit of a challenge, but the overall soul of the track is exactly where I wanted it. Cool. Someone using Dext, that's good stuff. That's the FM7, right? DX7. Synloop. There we are. Let's play Synloop. Oh, one of those. Nice and lush. Someone said something about summer vibes, and yeah, I totally got them. Getting like small parts that I really recognize from the sample being used. What can I say, man? What can I say? Good freaking stuff. Smooth. Smooth is the word. Smooth. Smoothness galore. Smoothness galore. And the next submission comes from Sifo. SCIFO. Sifo Beats. Who says, thanks for the sample. I took the second sample with the piano melody. I chopped it and pitched it and layered some boom bap drums. Let me know what you think. The beat was made with Akai MPC XSE, the beautiful one. Greetings from Switzerland. And then he writes a small s and capital CIFO. Sifo. I'm going to say Sifo Beats. However. Sifo Beats. Flip the sample. That's the one. Okay, cool. From Switzerland. That's nice to get a submission from Switzerland. Let's hear if it's any good. Again, a very different way to use the same source material. Awesome. The whole drum groove, kind of cool. I don't want to be too picky with stuff, but at least in my headphones right here, some of the high frequencies in the sample and the thing became a little bit harsh, but who cares? The flip itself, super creative and a lot of fun. a different way of using the sample, getting a great result. I'm just complaining a little bit about the frequencies, the mixing, whatever. Could be easily fixed. Doesn't necessarily have to be fixed either. The drum groove, everything was right in the pocket. Good stuff. Now, I think I lost myself in my document. No, there we are. Cypher beats. Thanks. Interesting and cool. I'm not hating on the thing. I'm not being negative at all, actually. It's awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. The next one comes from... okay. I'm Swedish, so English is not my first language. I'm not sure what this is. The name here is Nadine BKA Cottonsmith. BKA, is that before known as? Or, yeah. Nadine Cottonsmith. Cottonsmith. Something like that. Who says, I am always looking for an opportunity to grow musically, and this project gave me the chance to share my talent. The most challenging part was to find the key and the tempo to the accurate beat sample. From that point, I chopped it up. I chopped up a few samples from Arcade. The transition and drops is my favorite lane to ride in. Hopefully my sample inspires you the way it did for me. Let's cook. Okay, sorry for messing that up, but yeah. And sometimes the file name doesn't really correspond to what I'm reading here, so I need to double check. I'm 95% sure that this is the one. Yes, it is. By Cotton Smith. Yeah, I think that's the first one that I wouldn't put in the category of hip-hop beats necessarily. Cool stuff. It took me a while to identify the sample, but then it came in with the whole guitar part thing. Good stuff. The whole 16-note pattern on the hi-hats added a lot of emotion and swing and coolness to it. That kind of sound using high-pitched vocal samples like that, I'm not a huge fan of it, personally, but incorporating the sample like this, super creative stuff, great work. The music itself is cool. Not something I'm used to. I don't know this genre much, but awesome stuff. and hearing my sample being, yeah, okay, now I fucked up. Hearing my sample being used in that kind of way, super inspiring, you know? Really inspiring, really cool stuff. Thanks a lot to Nadine, better known as Cottonsmith. Boom. And the next submission in the list is Dick McCuffin. Dick McCuffin says the following. I took the arpeggio. The last part of the sample with the crazy like synth arpeggio I just added for fun. I took the arpeggio and made the main rhythm. No. I took the arpeggio and made the main idea for the rhythm out of that, and I used the chords for the top layer and layered in some additional chords that corresponded to the notes and the bass line and some rhythms. That's a lot of words. Yeah. Cool. So you use the arpeggio as the main thing. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Let's listen to this one from our old friend Dick McCuffin. Boom. Yeah, going up tempo like that with this kind of, I'm going to say bossa nova. It's not bossa nova. I know it's some other type of calypso rhythm or whatever. Creative. Cool. Parts of the sample in there for sure. For sure. You know, the whole minimalistic but still kind of involved thing is kind of cool. Impressive and a nice way of using the sample. I never saw anything like that coming. Cool stuff. Again, the low frequency range, the entire bass frequency spectrum. Good work. Good work. A different kind of submission, which, you know, we need stuff like that sometimes. Things to just be a little bit out of the left field. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way at all. So, cool stuff. Thanks a lot. To Dick McCuffin. And the next submission comes from K. Hoffa. K. Hoffa, who says, not much flipping done, but I pitched the sample up a bit. I added some layered chords and such, made using Logic Pro. I hope you like it. Best regards from Hoffa. Okay, Hoffa. Hoffa. Here we go, Mr. Hoffa. Yeah. Nice. That's a whole different kind of vibe. Taking the same sample, using a lot of it in a really cool way. Creative and different from everything else we heard. Like this backbeat kind of reggae vibe to it. You know, the sample itself is in minor and it's kind of sad and melancholic, I think. Using it like this makes it like serious but still fun. Happy but still, grown up. But happy and reggae-ish. From K. Hoffa. Interesting. Cool way of using the sample for sure. Appreciate it. Nice stuff. Now, we have been live for pretty much exactly an hour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 beats so far in an hour. That's speedier than I do stuff with the beat reviews, for sure. Now, I have bad news. It's been 1 hour and I really need to go fetch myself another one of those. I need more snooze. Which means we're going to take a little bit of a break from listening to beats. I'm going to go back to my intro screen to play the actual sample. I'm sure most of you heard it, but I'm going to play it again. It's going to take me about 1 minute to catch another one of those. So hold on, I'll be back. Until then, enjoy the actual sample material that everyone used for this beat making challenge. Hold on. We're back, boys. We're back in the building. I got myself more snooze. I also got a little bit of a snack. Ready to play even more beats. So, right now you heard the sample again. Again, I'm sure a lot of you have already heard it. But, hey. The next submission for this little thing, and everything still works. Yeah, audio, video, everything works. Cool. The next one comes from an icon in the Accurate Beats live streaming world. Icon74. Icon74 says, as always, Icon74 here, and this is my beat for the sample challenge. It is 85 BPM and roughly 2.5 minutes long, made as usual on the MPC 1 Plus. The actual mix itself might not be great, but I did the best I could. I'm sure you did. Your stuff always sounds good. Icon74. Let's go.
Surely you can understand. You must accept the man's challenge, or else I shall lose much face and be laughed at throughout the land.
I accept your challenge, and I break to your bones.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Damn. We all kind of needed a break before that one, right? Icon74 has submitted a lot of beats for my bi-weekly beat review thing. And, good stuff, as always. This was his best work I've ever heard. For sure. So good. And I've never heard my name being used that much in any type of track at all. Super cool. I mean, he's really trying to be accurate. I think you did a great job with this one, man. Really good stuff. Using my sample kind of put you in a really nice place, didn't it? Awesome. Icon74, thank you. Thank you. Loved it. Definitely loved it. One of the stronger submissions so far. The next one comes from Davian Breath. Yeah, I put myself in this position. I know. Davian Breathwaite. Yeah. I saw your challenge and thought I'd give it a try and submit a reggae-ish style. Put 2 lines in, this accurate vibe and this accurate beat. Voila. Hope you like it. Okay, cool. Another one with a reggae vibe. Should be that one. This, yeah, it should be. Cool, cool, cool. And there we are. Let's go. Yeah. I mean, this type of reggae is cool. The super subby deep bass line adds this whole thing, this whole body to it. In my headphones, it doesn't really translate, but I know what you did, and it's cool. Using the word accurate again. Ha! And the vocals, the whole wailing kind of thing, definitely brings the emotions forward. Davian, thanks a lot for submitting this one. You know, we all recognize the sample, we heard how you used it and what you did, but it's different from anything I could imagine beforehand, which is cool. Good stuff, good stuff. The next one comes from Pasha Prekrati. Pasha Prekrati, I think. Who says, not much to say. Love to accurate beats and all the participants. As the saying goes, I fear not the man who has turned on 10,000 NPCs once, but I fear the man who has turned one NPC 10,000 times. Copyright Bruce Lee. Okay. And shout out to all the NPC OS 2.15 users. I know that's a whole community thing. Yeah, I've moved on, but yeah, if you're good with 2.15, I'm glad for you. There we are, the next submission. Let's load it into that one and make that window bigger because we now have too many beats. Let's go.
Ты бросил нашу философскую жизнь ради баб.
Yeah. People are saying that's some 3-6 Mafia shit. And it is. Impressive, and what stands out about this one to me is the mixing. Super loud, super punchy, super in your face, but not like distorted or whatever in a way that doesn't make sense. Musical, nice, use the sample in a way that's creative and different. In this style of stuff, it's not my type of beats, but it definitely has a vibe to it. I'm old, so I'm thinking like the old Timbaland stuff with the whole rhythm production. Has a little bit of that, and also 3-6 Mafia, of course. Of course. Awesome stuff. Pasha played. Thanks a lot for that one. Awesome stuff. Let's keep playing even more awesome stuff. You guys are freaking amazing. I just gotta, full stop, just gotta say it. The level here, it's just impressive. Everything has been kind of good in its own way so far. Nothing has been like, yeah, okay, you didn't even take the time of day to try to make something. Everyone so far put the time and put the work in and made something special and unique with the sample. I salute you. That's awesome. Awesome. I expected a few of the early submissions here to be like, yeah, I just pulled through something together. It's not even in key. Everything's good. You guys seem to care, which makes me care. The next submission comes from Martin Fridén in Swedish. Martin Fridén. Fridén, that sounds, well. Who says, for bass, I used the synth sample in the end. Okay, the arpeggio thing. Then I've used several parts of the sample and twisted them until it fitted the vibe. I pitched the sample up and down. I manipulated stuff. I've also added some drums, vocals, and a soul sample to make it more interesting. I hope you like it. With love, Martin Fridén Beats. Uppsala, Sweden. Martin Fridén, where are you, my friend? Over there. Into VLC we go, and we hit play.
My philosophy is to keep the shit poppin'. My philosophy is to keep the shit tight. My philosophy is to keep the shit poppin'. Showing you stupid fuckers true hip hop. philosophy is to keep the shit poppin'. Showing you stupid fuckers true hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop.
Man, that's realness in one single track. Guru, the sample that Rissa used, good stuff. Being able to combine different samples like that is, to me, really cool. I do that sometimes myself, if I may say so myself. It's a kind of cool thing. You did it in a really good way, using my sample together with other stuff to make it kind of work and cohesive. Good stuff. Good stuff. From Uppsala, Sweden. Thanks a lot for this submission to Martin. Martin Fridin. Cool stuff. Drums, the bass line of that one was kind of the high point of it. Great stuff, great stuff. Now, when we have said, like multiple times, that was a great submission, let's move into the next one. Evian Brandon, who says, thanks, Accurate Beats. Needed this to get out of a funk. That's good. That's good. Happy to be able to provide a little bit of help with that, getting you out of the funk. Now I can make that window a little bit smaller so I don't have to switch. Okay, that's good. That's good. And the name, Evian Brandon. Let's go. Now, I might be losing focus or something, but I'm not sure I could identify the sample anywhere in that track. You submitted it for this, so I bet the sample is in there. I'm just too stupid to kind of acknowledge and notice it. Really good stuff. Sometimes in the beat review episodes, we talk about like how to balance things with frequencies and stuff. sometimes I say just don't be afraid to use bass, you know. A great example of that. There's a lot of bass on that one, a lot of compression going on. It's not too much. It's not like overbearingly loud when it comes to the bass. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well balanced. Bass heavy. Bass heavy. But not too much. Not to the extent where it becomes like impossible to listen to. In fact, kind of nice to listen to. Now, the next one comes from DJ Prime. DJ Prime. With this sample, I took the parts that stood out to me the most and I tried to make something real hard and underground, with some scratches, but wanted to keep it smooth. I tried my best. DJ Prime. All right. No, now okay. It says from? Why does it say from? From the underground. Okay, cool. DJ Prime. That's more obvious.
Prime Beats.
I'm coming to you from the underground. From the underground. I'm coming to you from the underground. I'm coming to you from the underground. From the underground. From the underground. I'm coming to you from the underground. From the underground. I'm coming to you from the underground. I'm coming to you from the underground. From the underground.
Damn. A nice and smooth one. The volume was kind of low on that one, so I had to increase it. But yeah, nice and smooth and funky and groovy and, you know, true hip hop. Like that a lot. A really fun way, a really cool way to use a sample in that, you know, classic kind of hip hoppy style. Now, I need to point out that the mixing here was a little bit what it was. I found the scratching to be loud and the rest to be not as loud. So, you know, the vibe, the feeling of this totally hits home with me, you know. I come from that kind of genre and that generation of hip hop. This just speaks to me in a cool way. Now, someone asked about the Discord channel in the chat, and yeah, of course, I have a Discord. There are not a lot of people being super active, but the ones that are in there are some of the best people online. You know, some of the best people online are hanging out on my Discord channel. And we are doing another another, what did I call it? Volume. We are doing volume 2 of Flip the Sample Beatmaking Challenge. And, Discord is the place to be to know more stuff than anyone else does. Making it sound like it's super premium. Of course it's not. It's just a thing. I posted it in the chat, so there's a link over there. I should also have it in the description, but I forget. There is a Discord channel. Now, the next submission, though. The next submission comes from someone called Rhythm Craftsman. Rhythm Craftsman. Hi, thank you for the sample. Thank you for such a challenge for the community to participate in. It is very interesting. I worked on Akai MPC Live 2 and then in DAW. Nothing is so super complex. Everything is nice and short. I don't have much experience, so I apologize for the banal shortcomings. Thank you. P.S. Sorry for the poor English. Yeah, you're not doing a worse job than I do, so that's fine. Rhythm Craftsman. Let's go. And now we have someone who said, I don't have a lot of experience. That could be a sign. Who cares? Let's play it.
Rhythm Craftsman.
Man, that's good. No need to apologize for anything. This is good. Whenever you tell me that you're new or you're kind of a beginner, I'm expecting all sorts of things. You had the bass line, you had the drums, you had the sample, you had even more stuff. It all worked together, nice and cohesive, not too busy, not too minimalistic either. Nice balance of stuff. And using a bass line like that is a creative choice. Everyone is not going to love it because it stands out and whatever. But the rhythm, that kind of triple-y swingy thing, hits home. It's good. Good stuff. Don't be ashamed of yourself. This is good stuff. Good stuff. Did I say? Okay, I can't paste over there. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Rhythm Craftsman. Good work. Can't say anything else. That's good. You used my sample in a way that's good and creative, and you made something out of it that's unique and special. It's your creation. Be proud of it. The next one from Sylvian Valco. Sylvian Valco. Who says, great challenge. It's very meaningful to create in this matter. Thanks for the support you're giving to this community of producer. I was inspired to flip your sample and turn it into an immortal technique like hip-hop beat. All the best and happy to watch you work. Well, mentioning Immortal Technique is, whew, that's some spicy stuff. Rhythm Craftsman, okay, that's the one. That's the one. Let's hear it. Yeah. I 100% understand the whole Immortal Technique thing. Great. I mean, the chops on this one, the way you used the sample and chopped it up and made it super orchestral and like powerful. Ugh. Creative and good. My point of feedback with this, talking to the wrong grammar. My point of feedback with this one would be just the overall mixing. The drums needs to be louder. For this style and this kind of punchiness of a track, the drums just needs to be more forward. The sample is powerful and like large, and it still needs to be loud and whatever, but the drums also needs to hit to really get through that whole, Immortal Technique, boom bappy kind of thing. Other than that, all the work you put into this, awesome stuff. Really good, really good. Using this sample that way, I couldn't see that being possible, so impressive. All I'm saying is that the drums needs to be louder, more in your face in this style, according to me, and sometimes I'm wrong. Now, the next track comes from Buffo Frank. Buffo Frank. Hi, Accurate. Thank you for making this challenge and creating this inspiring sample. Well, thank you. I normally struggle with finishing beats, but this helped motivating me to complete an idea from start to finish. Yes! Unfortunately, I don't know anything about mixing and mastering, so I hope this somewhat comes across like it does on my headphones and won't hurt your ears. I also uploaded this to my SoundCloud if you care to take a look. Link. Kind regards and greetings from Germany. Buffo Frank. All these nice words about this thing means a ton. For real. I was kind of hesitant to do this, but it seems like this was actually kind of a good idea. Now, let's listen to the submission. That's gotta be the same one. Yeah, I made a mistake. Made the same mistake. How come... Okay, I did download that one twice. This is Buffo. Now, let's go. Volume. Yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. I had something to say. Yeah, there are, the way I hear it, there are a few things in there that's not totally on tune, in pitch. Not too much though. It still becomes interesting and fun, but I can't not notice that some of the things are a little bit spicy and whatever. Maybe let's just say that's intentional. I think that's cool. The drum programming here, good stuff. Good stuff. You do hear the sample. You used it in a really cool way, in a nice and solid production. Appreciate it. Someone, Ice Mike, asks if this is a recording. No, this is a live stream. You got a commercial to interrupt the music. Did I monetize this stream? Normally I don't, because we have issues with copyrights and stuff. Did I monetize this one? If I did, it's not intentional. Maybe I did, and then you're getting ads every now and then. I'm sorry about that. I don't know if I can edit it as I'm live. Ads is not good. Especially not for something like this. Let me think about that. Let me revisit that later on. Buffo has been played. Thanks a lot for the submission. Interesting use of the sample and great drums. Great drums. And the next submission comes from Jonathan Medros. Maybe Jonathan Medros, but I'm gonna say Jonathan Medros. Okay, there's a lot of text on this one. First of all, huge respect for launching this, especially as the very first challenge. That makes it even more special to be a part of it. I really appreciate your channel and the vibe you create. Thank you. The idea of everyone starting from the same sample and taking it completely different directions completely different directions is such a cool and powerful and inspiring concept. Thanks. I need to point out that this is not my idea. People have done things like this since way before YouTube. Someone mentioned Kirk State. He does stuff like this too. I'm not going to credit anyone because this has been around for way before YouTube and everything else. Kirk State seems to be a cool guy. Not saying anything about it. Well, starting some YouTube drama, whatever. Thanks a lot for appreciating the stuff. For my version, I documented the entire remix journey on my YouTube channel at Night Snare. Night as in the Dark Knight. Night Snare. I converted your chord progression into MIDI so I could reinterpret it through different synths and textures. From there, I built a new bass line, drum patterns, harmonies, and melody layers, all rooted in your original chord structure. At a certain point, I shifted gears and pushed it towards a more electronic direction, but the foundation always comes back to harmony. Okay, I really enjoyed being part of this and seeing the community come together around one creative idea. That shared starting point creates something bigger than it's just a remix. Looking forward to the live stream and hearing everyone's versions. Feel free to play my video on stream if you like. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't. Thanks a lot for putting it together. Such a great start of the series. Night Snare. Okay, so the producer name here is Night Snare. He converted my chord progressions into MIDI, so maybe he didn't use the sample as a sample. I don't care. I think it's cool anyways. Let's listen to Night Snare. Damn, that's loud. That's partly my bad. Night Snare. Let's go. Man, oh man. That's a different one. That's so fucking cool. In a lack of words, in a lack for words, whatever you say. A lot of people mentioned the Tron soundtrack, and yeah, it definitely has a little bit of that, like Jean-Michel Jarre kind of inspiration. So freaking cool. So different from anything else we've heard. And I thought you just like extracted the MIDI chords and just used the musical value. No, you did use the sample too. The guitar part was definitely in there. Really cool. I mean, for a video game, for some kind of sci-fi show, whatever. Cinematic, awesome, great job. I'm being humbled by being a part of, a community of people who are talented on this level. It's just crazy. The fact that you made this with my stuff, damn. I love it. Jonathan has been played. Awesome stuff. I don't know what to say. That's just a different way of thinking about things. Whew. Great job. The build up, cinematic is the word. The sound design, the mixing, the next one. Let's move on. The next one from Brady Wilkes. And he says, love chopping beats on the sampler. I took my typical beat chopping to your samples. I explored some fun melodies and pieced parts together. Found common phrasing and layered some supportive, almost dissonant sample-based soft synth for the cello pieces and other processing and logic. That's a long sentence. Lots of fun making intentional music with others. Let me know when it's time to collab again. Maybe I should finish this up and master for release. I'm vibing. I mean, just using the word collaboration, I guess it is. I guess that's what it is. I never thought about it as like that, but it is. We are collaborating on this, all of us. Brady Wilkes, let's listen to your submission. You know, that kind of stutter effect, to me, I think that kind of stutter effect is overused in this genre of music. Because people tend to use it on the entire mix out, on the master bus, whatever, just doing stuff with the finished product. You used it for different tracks in the track, which is so much better. Makes it so much more musical. It kind of works in the entire grand scheme of things. Good stuff. My sample was in there. You used it in a cool way. I've said this multiple times tonight, but it's impressive. Nothing sounds the same. So you guys have really gone far, making something really cool with the same sample. This is nice. This is awesome. The hi-hat pattern, can't even do it. Awesome stuff. Nice touch. Great submission. Great work with the sample. 100%. From Brady Wilkes. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. Different. Works well. The next one. Let's keep the pace. Let's try to keep it somewhat stable and concise. The next one comes from Mark On. Mark On. Who says, "Hi, I'm Mac On." So M-A-K On. Also known as Akiao. I am music producer / singer from Myanmar. I'll flip your sample. I added some beats and some lyrics. I chopped your violin parts as a new solo. My lyric is about Stray Dog. It's about my lyrics on Sleepless. It's about my lyrics. Quote, "On sleepless nights, did you hear a moaning sound from next to the door? Some people on the side of the road looked at me. It was too cold and they didn't give me the warmth I was looking for. Some kids threw stones at me, but I didn't have the strength to fight back. Is what you serve in front of me food or poison? Anyways, I don't care about my future." End of quote. Thanks for your sample and sorry for my bad English. And it's also a link to his YouTube. So I guess he's rapping in a different language. I don't know. Let's check it out. The file name should be that. Okay, so we are gonna have to take a little bit of a break after this one because I don't have more tracks downloaded. So it's gonna be a little bit slower, but bear with me. Let's play this one. Man, can I even say anything after that? It's interesting to me how you used so much of the sample, so much of the like chord material and stuff, and made it sound so different. It's like you took my composition and just finished it the way you heard it, which is way different from how I heard it. I gotta say that like the vocal recording and the mixing of the vocals could have been a little bit stronger, but the emotion, the vibe, and the feeling you're kind of giving me with this one hits so hard. It hits so hard. Someone else said it in the chat room. It's unexpected. And yeah, this was unexpected. What genre of music is this? It feels like a power ballad from... Oh, damn! That kind of shook me to my core. Fucking great. Fucking great. Mark on has been played. Isn't it funny how universal this is? This is from someone in Myanmar, right? Who sings on it, finishes the production the way he heard it, and adds his vocals to it, the whole lyric and thing, we read it. And this is the outcome from what I did in my home studio in Sweden. Just giving it to you guys like this, like, okay. So now we are in a situation where I haven't downloaded more of the beats from my website for me to kind of prepare stuff. It shouldn't take me much longer, but it could be a little bit more complicated on my part. So bear with me, be patient. Because again, we're doing this for 2 more hours tonight. We are now at a half point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 beats. Boys, 24 beats in 2 hours. That's a new record for me. I haven't even tried before, but this is awesome. 24 beats in 2 hours. You could do some calculation there. I don't know. Now we have to use the form. Everything is collected into this form, and I have to do that. Okay. Takes me a second. But there we are. Okay. This is not too hard. This is not too difficult. It's just a different folder. We have been live for 2 hours at this point, and we're gonna keep running for 2 more hours. I said that from the beginning, 4 hours, and I'm committing to that. But we're not gonna be able to play everything tonight. We're doing the same thing tomorrow. Okay? Okay. So it's that one. This one comes from Jet M. Jet space M. Hi, I just started making beats a couple of months back, and your channel has been really helpful in my journey. This is my first ever beat making challenge. Awesome. I hope to hear your and the community's feedback on this to help me improve. Made entirely on the MPC Key 37. My SoundCloud is here. I can't. Jet M with a submission right there. This is almost easier than what I did before. Okay, Jet M, let's go. It's a little bit uneven sometimes with the volumes. Hold on. That's better. Yeah, that's also a kind of a different submission. I love that West Coasty high-pitched synth lead at the end. Awesome. Cool addition. You know, what did you say about this? Hold on. Shouldn't take me long to... Now. My spreadsheet. There we are. I just started making beats a couple of months back. Okay. For number one, sure, we can hear a little bit of that, but not as much as I thought. What I think is really cool about the submission and the way you made this is that you have the balls to go out there and do stuff. Chopping up the sample, rearranging it, flipping it around, and flipping it on its ass, basically, and just doing stuff. You're not afraid to try stuff. Never lose that. Never lose that quality of yourself to just be, dare to do stuff. Everything in this track isn't amazing. Some of the things and some of the ideas are really strong, though. Really strong. Things could be worked on with the drums and whatever, the mixing, and who cares? You get the major, you understand the lion part of making music. That's obvious. This is good stuff, a great and cool and creative way to use the sample, and keep making music, keep exploring ideas, and don't be a coward. You're not. This is something different than that. And don't lose that. Don't lose that. The next submission comes from Matthias Molo. Matthias Molo. Hi, Accurate. I'm following you for years, but I've never contributed anything so far. So I thought I'd take the chance and add something to the sample flip challenge. I really dig your content. Keep up the good work. About me. I am old. Parentheses. 43 years this year, making beats since 2002 or so. Coming from Germany, I started DJing and moved on to producing later on. I guess I will not make it to the live stream, most likely, but looking forward to check it out later. I excited to see if you like my flip. Thanks for doing what you do. That's the end of it. From Matthias Molo. So, we need to manually download the sample, and it ended up in that folder, and I should just be able to pull it down. Yeah, that's nice. Matthias, let's go.
Real hip hop music from the soul, y'all.
honestly, I knew that we were getting a few submissions that didn't do much to the sample, at least in terms of the arrangement and stuff. The sample itself is loop based, and it's a lot of loops in there that are kind of similar and can be used just as they are. And I knew we were gonna have a few submissions like that. This was one of them, but you did so much more to it. Kind of crazy. Leaving so much of the sample in there and like the structure of it, the basic like parts of it, but still getting so much more out of it, adding so much soul and style and flavor and, everything that went on in this one. The drums and all the samples that came in and back and forth. Awesome stuff. You didn't do much to the raw material, and you don't have to. You don't have to do all crazy chops or whatever. But you didn't just add drums either. You did a whole production around my content. Good stuff. Good stuff. It sounded really good. Well produced and nicely done in all ways. In all the ways. Now I got lost. Was this Matthias Molo? File name Molo. It was. Okay, so I'm not mistaken. Oh, the next one comes from someone with a name that I'm a little bit afraid to pronounce. Stijn. Stijin Betsima. Stijin Betsima? Or Stijin? Something like that. I'm sorry. I'm from Europe. Who says, beat done on the MPC 1 Plus? Or beat done on MPC 1 Plus Roland SP404. Hope you like it. Me too. Stygian beats. Let's go.
Let's sleep. What dreams make up.
Well, sonically, I felt that one a lot. Really interesting and cool. The high-pitched synth thing is one thing, but also the organ blended in so nicely. So nicely. There's a lot of the sample in there, the guitars and everything, and good job. The drums and the swing, I appreciate it all. That's good stuff. Definitely. From Stygian. Played. I should just make another thing. You know what? I just noticed. I have this poll running on the stream. 1% of you hated the sample. 82% of you said great stuff. And 17% of you said, I enjoyed it, but not really my taste. And I think that's a part of this. You don't have to love the sample to be able to flip it and make something out of it. But the fact that we have 1% of the people voting hated the sample, that's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I'm just saying. 1% hating it. That's nothing. People online, internet people are hating everything. You guys are not. Which makes you better than everyone else and makes me appreciate you. The next one comes from Kaiser Sauce. I doubt it, but yeah, that's the artist name he submitted. Kaiser Sauce. I made this for the love of music and it's hip hop. I'm reading stuff all wrong when you don't put the... I made this for the love of music and it's hip hop. Jesus. I made this for the love of music and it's hip hop. I come from New York City, so this is what I grew up on. The full version is on my SoundCloud, and there's a really long link, and that's it. But he also sent it in the right way. It's called that, and I'm gonna click download. Happy to have decent internet speed. Again, I need to make the window larger. Okay, Kaiser Sauce, let's go.
You are watching a master at work.
I did nothing. I did nothing. Okay, it actually ends like that. Cool. A little bit distorted with the bass and everything. Super heavy, but the vibe with that vocal sample, vocal chop in there, nice and dreamy and cozy and kind of great stuff. Definitely an interesting way of using the sample and flipping it. You know, at this point we've heard a bunch of tracks with the same sample. One more different than the next. This is amazing. You seem to enjoy the sample. I had a lot of fun making it. This entire project is really cool. I made my own beat with the sample. Let's do this again sometimes. Let's. This submission from Kaiser Sauce from New York. Good stuff. Good stuff. It could be toned down in the mix with the bass line and everything. Became a little bit much, but you know, it's also kind of a style. I don't hate it. Let's move on to Wonder Malt. That's the next submitter, the next beat maker. Pitched. My voice is starting to go hold on. Pitch down parts of the sample. Pitched down part. Something like that. Back to being smooth. Pitch down parts of the sample by 9 semitones, sequenced drums and other instrumentals and other instruments on the SP404 Mark II, and played some keys on top of it. 303 vinyl sim sampled some of your old videos. A janky synth solo, longtime follower of your channel. Thanks. From Wonder Malt. Sampled some of my old videos? That's going to be interesting. For sure. It's called... Okay, there we are. Start again. Yeah. He even used the old jump. I haven't done that in years. Jump. And now I know why I stopped doing it. Because of my facial paralysis kind of messing me up. Jump. Yeah, I can't do it anymore. The same way, at least. This track was cool in its own way. There's a lot of the sample in there. I heard some acoustic guitar. I heard some added jazz piano things added in there. All my different sound effects and stuff. It's a nice touch. Going the extra mile to actually sample and download and whatever, convert, whatever you do. Or just recording the audio. Sampling, as we all do. Awesome stuff. Nice and dreamy. A totally different vibe. Again. I mean, we're talking about different techniques and different gear and different ways of doing stuff. But at the end of the day, it has a lot to do with the emotion that's being transmitted and the vibe I'm getting of stuff. Using the sample for making something like dreamy and lush and kind of cool, but still up-tempo and fun, I would never do that. That's really cool to hear. You did a great job with it too. Wonder Malt. Thanks. Now we've done this for 2.5 hours, and it's just crazy. The next submission comes from 6 Seasons, Sebo da Sedla, who says, Akai MPC-X, Akai MPC 3000, 140 BPM, 98 bars. 6S, One Love. Okay. Not a lot of text, but a lot of information. I like that effective way of communicating. Cool. Let's see what 6 Seasons came up with. Yeah, I adjusted my volume. I'm sorry about that. Okay. gotta say that this kind of style of rapping and this style of beats is not normally what I gravitate towards. I don't hate this at all. This is cool. This is cool stuff. To me, I find it even more cool to hear how you used the sample of the cello thing here, making it a little bit sensitive and a little bit more like emotional than what I normally hear in this kind of genre. Good stuff. The rapping on top of this made everything kind of a lot. I'm too old, you know. But the entire composition, the entire thing you came up with, super cool stuff. The bass notes too, I noticed those. Those dum dum dum. Yeah, good stuff. Again, a really different kind of take on the sample and a really creative and cool way to use it. Good stuff. This style of music is again something I'm not really comfortable with. I'm not uncomfortable, but you know, I don't know much about it. This appealed to me in a different kind of way, which is definitely saying something. And the next submission, because there is another one. We have 75 to go through. 75. Gotta double check that number too, but I'm pretty sure 75. The next one comes from Dragos Stefan. Dragos Stefan is what I would try to say in English. Hello, I am Brain Potion, my beatmaker name, from Bucharest, Romania. I've been following your YouTube channel for 7 years now. Thanks for the inspiration. You have watched my channel. You have been following my channel for 7 years. 7 years is a lot. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it. I'm not in a very good place right now, health-wise, but I cannot ignore this challenge. My gear is an MPC Live 2 and a backpack with my house keys, a very poor attempt to do some scratches. So, the backpack with a zipper, I guess, and the house keys could be scratched. Keep up the great work and thank you for the opportunity. Sorry for my not so great English. Your English is better than mine. Mr. Brain Potion from Romania. Let's download your file and have a listen. If you're scratching with your backpack and your house keys, I think we gotta hear that. As well as you using my sample after being a follower for 7 years. Woo.
And let me tell you something else. This ain't chemistry. Okay, this is art. Cooking is art. Cooking is art. This cooking. And let me tell you something else.
First of all, I thought the first time I thought the sample said, this is cocaine. Cocaine is art. No, cooking is art. Cooking up a beat, cooking up a meal, it's all art. as far as I'm concerned. This was not a bad submission at all. This is a great track. Using the sample like that, I mean, classic hip-hop trick, hip-hop thing to do. And you added some scratch noise with your backpack. We gotta applaud that. And Mr. Brain Potion is in a bad place health-wise, so let's all give him a shout out in the chat room and hope he's getting better. A great submission, a cool track, a great way to use the sample, interesting and fun and good. And I appreciate you being a follower for that long, and I really appreciate you, sending a beat for this thing, being a part of the entire community and then the thing. Beautiful stuff. Dragos, thanks a lot for sending this one in from Romania. We are kind of an international bunch of people. It's cool. Someone actually sat in Croatia and made this. I know, internet is global and everything, but sometimes it just... Well. The next one in here comes from Leo Lancer. Leo Lancer says the following. Hi, Accurate. First of all, thanks a lot for the great work you're doing and giving us the chance to combine your work with ours. So here's my submission, just flippin'. My very first submission ever, by the way, since I started making beats about 1.5 years ago. Although already over 50 years old now. It's a standalone production made on the MPC-X. The basic elements are pieces taken from your sample. I added a Korg monologue bassline, a few vocal chops, one-shot drums, and some piano playing and sample doodles. I had a lot of fun while putting this together, so please enjoy it, like I am enjoying all the crazy good stuff you and the girls and boys in our beatmaking community are coming up with on your channel. Greetings and mad respect from Lancer1 in Germany. Cool. We have the file and we have music. Damn. Again, someone put a lot of work into that. Someone put a lot of attention to the details, the layers, using the sample in a way that makes a lot of sense that I wouldn't ever have thought of myself. Really cool, really interesting. And this is where this entire thing becomes powerful and inspiring for real. That entire composition, that entire beat was well made, well produced, sounded good, had a bunch of things going for it. The opposite of repetitive, just good. Good stuff. We listened to that one for 3 minutes and it felt like one. Really good work. Really good work. Nice and solid, polished to the... Yeah. It actually means a lot to someone like me that to know that some of you guys out there really take the time for a project like this. Spending the time working with the sample, getting to know it, flipping it different ways, adding a bunch of stuff to it. It's just damn, it's just beautiful. Beautiful. And I keep saying that. I keep repeating myself and I know it. But I don't care because it's true. Leo Lancer, thanks a lot for your submission. We all enjoyed that one. I follow along in the chat room as much as I can, and people seem to really enjoy that one. The next one, and the next submission in here comes from Chris Blackquery. Black, could be a French kind of word. Blackquery. Blackquery? Chris. Hey, thanks for this great opportunity. It's just a short loop, but I hope you like it. Greetings from a Dutchman living in Germany. Cool, cool, cool. Another German. Or someone living in Germany. Someone living in German. Imagine that. A short loop. It's less than a minute long. Let's go. And why does it have to end? Why does it have to end there? I mean, sometimes I'm just a fool. But the whole drum fill thing before it goes boom, so powerful. I gotta hear it again. Not the entire thing, but... And the snare, damn, and the bass. It's funny how you took the sample and kind of flipped it around for the intro. It fooled me, almost, into believing that it was kind of a different sample, you know. You took the sample and made it sound like a different sample, then you used it, and it, yeah. The drums, the groove, the snare drum hits, and the fill. Damn it. The groove and the backbeat and thank you for doing that to my sample. Chris played. That's great stuff. Someone also asked me in the chat room if I go by, like, you know, the way it came in. And I started doing that in the beginning. Now I'm switching it up. I'm just scrolling this spreadsheet of mine and just picking one. So, no, it's not like that. It could be whoever. The first one was in order, but now it's whatever. Let's go for Larry. Okay, the name is Larry Y. So I'm not saying let's go for Larry Y. The next one comes from Larry Y. As the word Y. Hello from Lausanne, Switzerland. I used Ableton and the usual tools like Serato Sample, Sublab, Shaperbox, Fragment, Knock, Echo Boy, Panman. Thank you, Accurate, for what you do, the good vibes you bring, and the gluten-free sample. Well, thank you, Larry. Thank you very much. Larry had a different name? No. From Switzerland, which is not Sweden. It's a different country. Let's go! Yeah. I mean, that drum groove and that snare, the way it just cuts through. And the way I see it, one of the secret sauce kind of things about this one is the bass. Just going doom, 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 doom. So effective with that kind of rhythm and the whole thing. The sample was in there and a bunch of other stuff too. Honestly, I would have waited with this crazy synth thing until a little bit later in the track. But that's, it's not a whole arrangement. It's under 2 minutes long. Really good stuff. Really vibey, really cool. Larry knows what he's doing. Larry Y knows what he's doing. For sure. For sure. Boom. Larry Y has been played. Let's move on to Keylock. Someone called Keylock Beats. Who says, used just the sample for the instrumentation and played a simple 808 bass over it. Made this beat on the Live 2 at work on my lunch break. That's also something you can do. If you have that kind of job where it makes sense to bring an MPC to work and use it for your lunch break. And again, we need to make the window for the VLC player bigger because it can't fit. Now I moved something around, which is totally okay because I'm downloading files. Okay, fine. Keylock with the next submission, flipping the sample. Beatmaking Challenge Volume 1. Let's go. The word tasteful comes to mind. Damn. It's my sample. You used parts of it. I recognize, and this is also extra interesting for me because I can almost I know what you did because I know the sample that well. I know what you did, and I know kind of how you thought about stuff, but then you took it even further and just added goodness to it. We are getting into the vibe of this one immediately. Just a few bars of it, and then I know, yeah, we are in a cozy, well-grounded, safe place. It all feels good. It's nice and solid. I feel safe. One of those beats. We need those every now and then. Beats that makes you feel safe. Damn. Good stuff. And I'm using the word tasteful to describe how you added things in and out over time without taking the focus from the sample, from the foundation. Good stuff. Yeah. Good. Let's go to Doggone Soul. Doggone Soul. Another submission, another one who flipped the same sample. Salute, brother. I'm new to the MPC platform, but this is what I was able to come up with. I've only had the MPC for 7 months now. Looking forward for some constructive criticism. Gonna get a little bit of that. Peace and respect from Los Angeles. Cool. You've had the MPC for 7 months. I mean, that's a while. That's a while. It's not like you're completely new to it. Depending on how much you've used it. I don't know. Let's stop talking and listen to. Doggone. I need to mark this one also. Doggone Soul. Let's go!
I have it here. I think it. I don't need to live in this physical realm. I walk around in the physical realm, and I put on the faces, and I talk, and I play and hang in. It's this big bag, man. And the spiritual world is where I live. I exist in the places you never even dreamed of.
Yeah, you left some of the percussion at the end. I was about to point them out. The percussion in this one, not too much, not too little, just nice. I haven't heard that a lot tonight. People using my arpeggio kind of thing in that kind of way, making it make sense in your production. Really cool. Honestly, this was a nice and solid beat. Nothing more, nothing less. A great way of using the sample, cool ways of flipping it differently and like arranging the thing. I appreciate that. I noticed what you did, and I think it's cool. Really good stuff. Adding the arpeggio at the end there was, the finishing touch that made a big difference. What? Words. The next submission. Yeah, because there is one more submission. Together with I know it's not just one more. We have a lot of them. The next one comes from Jossa Beats. This track was made entirely on the MPC-1. I keep reading stuff wrong. This track was made entirely on the MPC-1. First, I chopped the sample into pieces, then built the drums around it and layered melodies on top. I wanted to keep it raw and groove focused, letting the hardware workflow shape the sound. Jossa Beats. Cool. I mean, chopping the sample, adding drums and the melody, kind of what you do, right? Let's see how you did. Let's see if you did something magical with my sample that I provided. Caught me off guard. Another cool flip. Another cool way of using it. I mean, there are some things we can talk about here. Love the drums and everything. In my personal opinion, distortion has a time and a place. Sometimes it's easy to kind of overdo it, and I think you are borderline overdoing it here. Maybe a little bit too much distortion and grittiness in the sample to my taste. But again, I'm always or often wrong about stuff. The vibes are all in there, a solid production, good work with the sample, an interesting and nice flip. Nothing more, nothing less. Just good stuff. And you told us what you did. On the MPC-1, chopped it up, built the drums around it, layered melodies, and that's what we heard, and you did it well. You did a good job. I'm not saying anything else. Jossa Beats, thanks a lot for your submission. Thanks a lot for being a part of the thing. The track itself is cool. The swing and everything is in there. It's, you used the sample in a way that I appreciate. Now my spreadsheet is starting to lag on me. How can a normal spreadsheet with nothing but text be laggy? I don't get it. I do not get it. But it does seem to work. Now, let's get into the next submission, and it comes from no other than Gakan. That's okay. G and the Swedish letter Ö, which is an O with 2 dots on it. Khan. So Gokan or Gokan Zen. Gokan Zen. Hi. And he made my job even harder. Hi, I am collectioner with a different kind of spelling, but collectioner, I guess. I'm a beatmaker, DJ, and MC from Turkey. The melody was so beautiful that I think all I needed was a little chop and some drumming on top of it. I hope you like it. So, you find the melody to be beautiful. I appreciate that. You know what? Before we play Gökhan, I have this weird thing going on with my eyes right now, so I need to apply some ointment, and I haven't done it in 3 hours, so I need to take a break to do this. Off camera. I'm not going to be that disgusting to you guys. But I need to use this one as a mirror. You know, this takes me like 20 seconds. Tops. Using the MPC as... well, that works. Cool. Give me 1 second. 20 seconds. Well, I did not think that through, because now I have really blurry vision. I can't see shit. But I read his message, so we're just gonna have to find a way to play the file and listen. I don't need to read much. Yeah. Gökhan. Let's go. reversed symbol at the end. That's cool. You know, part of me is kind of like, yeah, this is what I heard when I made the sample, like the more emotional part with the slow kind of cello coming in. It feels like you pitched it down and used it differently in terms of the tempo and syncing it up. I find that to be really interesting. Why did you do that? How did you even come up with that idea to like take that emotional, like slow part of it and expand on it by using a different kind of tempo and pitch and whatever? That's interesting. That's cool. Really emotional and kind of moody and everything. I like that. Like that a lot. Together with the sloppy kind of, that's nice. That's nice. Honestly, I can't see much right now. So, yeah. Can I even navigate my things? Let's see. That submission came from Gökhan Sen. Let's mark it as played. Yeah, I think that's what I typed. At least that's good enough for me to know what it is. Okay, hold on. We're gonna work with this. We're gonna. The next one will be one of the regulars on my bi-weekly beat review show, Puerto Ricanism, who in this case wrote Puerto Ricanism. Just to be clear, Puerto Ricanism. Peace. Okay, I'm struggling with my eyes a little bit. It's gonna clear up, but for now it's a little bit difficult. Peace, accurate. Do you even need to see my face when I do this? I don't know. Peace, accurate beats for creating a moment for creatives to vibe out together. Peace to the creatives in the chat. This project started so ambitious, yet encountered many obstacles. I think I've grown through the process, leaving a comfort zone and experimenting with so many ideas, yet so many I didn't implement. They say it's never done, only neglected. Well, yeah, I know what you're saying. The sample. I only started using to chop. I only started learning to chop. Shit. He says, I only started learning to chop in 2025. Accurate? I thought you would give us a simple 8-bar loop. I found 10 different sections I could flip, but working on a live one in standalone, I quickly realized that the limit of 2 gigabytes of RAM. Okay. I imagine creating the automation with your fingertips. Imagine creating all the automation with your fingertips. Okay. Most of the loose percussion is intentional. This entire instrumental was written in one session using several sequences. I challenged myself to stay in the box in standalone mode, and it took it to the very limit. I'm sorry, guys. Give me like the next message will be clear to me. Right now, my eyes is what they are. The goal: prepare perhaps a sense of nostalgia. Weakness: just started chopping samples in 2025. Prior to that, all MIDI. Strengths, drum programming, ? Okay. Thanks a lot for including all that. Valuable text, a valuable cool message. I'm just struggling with my eyes right now. I have this thing going. It's going to be fine. But right now, with the drops and stuff, let's play Puerto Ricanism. So, in my other concept, the bi-weekly beat review thing, we've heard Puerto Ricanism quite a lot. This is different from anything I've heard from you, in kind of a cool way. I mean, you wrote yourself that you had a bunch of ideas and you didn't implement them all. I think you had a bunch of ideas in this one, presented to us. Cool stuff. I mean, this was about 3 minutes long, and if you have even more ideas for how to flip it and stuff, you could extend it to be, I don't know. You made the most out of these 3 minutes, I think. There was a lot of variation, a bunch of back and forth, kept me interested and involved the entire time. Sounded good. I love kind of all the stuff going on with the drums, going from one kind of feel to another kind of feel, but still matching one thing to the other. Good stuff. And I'm proud to have my sample being a part of this composition. For sure. Puerto Ricanism, appreciate you. Always, you know it. You have been played. Thanks a lot for being a part of this. Puerto Ricanism, such a good guy. Good producer, good work, Both thumbs up from my side. And the next submission, though, it's gonna be... I can just do this for days. The next one is gonna be that one. Marvin Niebuhr. Marvin Niebuhr? I created the beats in Machine. When I used the stem separation tool, it left this weird voice/sound-like artifact that I used as a pad during the beat. The only sound not from the sample are the kick, the hi-hat, and the snare. Thanks for doing this contest. It's not a contest. It was cool making a beat out of a sample I normally wouldn't use. I mean, that's also a perspective to have. Testing out, working with a sample that you wouldn't have picked yourself. I think that's valuable. Let's see how you did. So this one came from Marvin Niebuhr. I don't know why I try, honestly. Marvin, let's go. Bass. Honestly, in some kind of way, this was one of my favorite submissions so far. Just because of the vibe. Somehow I started thinking about a nightclub, someone being super high on something, just being a scene from Trainspotting or something. Felt really cinematic and cool. And the contrast between my sample and this thing that you kind of extracted from doing stem separation, yeah, totally a vibe. I have a hard time putting it into words. I don't know what I liked about it, but the vibe, it had a mood. It felt mysterious and dark and kind of cool, but not overly animated. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I could have had that one being longer though. 1 minute and 17 seconds. I could listen to that one for 3 minutes easily. Impressive stuff. Again, I'm just, we've heard so many tracks using the same sample. It's becoming crazy to me in a different way. Like, why do we even use samples? If so many of you can make this much fire from this sample, let's all just use this sample forever. Whatever. Thanks a lot for sending it in. Oh, we are getting, have I gotten that before? I don't know. We are getting a super chat from James Rockwell. Thank you. And also a new member. I haven't talked about that in weeks. I'm having members on the channel. I need to spend some time with that. But yeah, thank you and welcome Silco6 as a member. You can become a member on the channel and support what I do. Awesome. James Rockwell says, feel good chat of the year. Good job, community. Thanks, Ak. Thank you. I'm not the one doing this. You are. All of you are. It's not me. It's you. It's not me. It's you. Used in a different way. So I said we're ending the show in half an hour, and we are. I committed to that, and at 12 o'clock my time, midnight, it's bye-bye. But we have another half hour. 30 more minutes to play beats and just get inspired by how other people use the same material. By the way, the website is now updated. I did that too. I do a lot of stuff at once. I'm good. I'm great, So the website is now, the sample is still available for download, but you can't submit one of your creations through the website anymore. That's closed. I set a deadline, and we gotta keep the deadline, So it's closed, just so everyone knows. The next submission comes from TomTom. TomTom says the following. Just started with Koala Sampler on Android phone. Okay. I didn't even know Koala was a thing on the Android platform. Obviously it is, and he just started making beats with it, and he used my sample, as all of you did. Let's listen to this one from, did I mention the name? From TomTom, right? Let's go! That's just unfortunate timing. I'm sorry. You know, making beats on Koala shouldn't really be kind of a handicap. Koala is definitely a competent tool. You just started making music on Koala. You have 3 different versions of the same thing. Different drums and different chops and different patterns and everything. You know what? Paying attention to details like that, not just building a simple loop and just sending it in, doing a little bit more, coming up with different ways of flipping it, adjusting the endpoint of the sample and stuff, deserves an applause. Even if you're new, even if you're, you gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you just want to work with a sample and just make something out of it. You did that perfectly well. The mix is super, super silent. I needed to boost it like a lot of decibels, so let's take that down. But, controlling stuff like that, gain staging and limiting and stuff on an app, especially on a phone, could be kind of tricky. It's not impossible, but I think you did a great job considering the circumstances, also being new to this. Really good stuff. I love having you as a part of this community thing. A part of me wants to dive deeper into Koala and actually learn how to use it and kind of cover it and talk about it. I just don't have the time. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. That came from TomTom. TomTom has been played. Which means we're going to move on to yet another one. Greg Vittore. Or Greg Vitter. Vittore. Who says, Dear Sir, first, thank you for the opportunity. I had a lot of fun. It's the first time in 25 years that a beat of mine will be listened to by more people than just my friends, and my first beat challenge ever. I make beats only for relaxing, sound designing is my job. I strictly used your samples, I added a kick from the MPC library, I recorded my own drum sets, my own drum set with one SM57. I recorded my own drum set with one SM57 and looped it for 8 bars. Percussion and weird strings / cello like sounds are from my self-built noise machine. I generally used it for tension sounds in movies. I totally forgot to play a bass line. Let's say that was intentional. Ha ha ha. The arrangement sucks, but could not afford more time, but I loved the challenge. See you virtually on your live stream. Take care and cheers from Andalusia. Cool. Andalusia in the house. Cool. Now, let's hold on for a second. Percussion and weird string / cello-like sounds are from my self-built noise machine. That's impressive in itself. So, let's have a listen to Mr. Greg Vittore. I mean, this is beautiful stuff. The fact that this submission is 3 minutes and 15 seconds maybe doesn't hurt, but maybe it doesn't benefit it either. I don't know. It became a little bit repetitive, to be honest. But that's also, sometimes we forget about that. Being like repetitive and just adding some small stuff, that's kind of powerful in itself. I talk a lot about adding B sections and variations to stuff. Sometimes you don't have to do much. Sometimes you just got to do a little. And adding these really interesting and cool noise sound effects in the thing itself added something. But then, of course, when you have the whole dum ka, dum dum ka, slow tempo, and it has more of a vibe and kind of an artistic kind of feeling about it than being, this fire kind of production. This definitely has a time and a place. You know what just happened? This camera right in front of me, my new one. I just bought a new camera. If you haven't noticed, I now have 3 plus whatever. That camera just overheated. So I can do live streaming for 3.5 hours before it overheats. That's good to know. That's the Sony CVE-10 Mark II, by the way. 10 hours, 1080p, 10.5 hours, 1080p streaming over USB. That's good to know. Good to know. Now, this is the first time tonight. I totally messed up where I was in the spreadsheet. Damn, this came in from... Can I backtrack that? It's just called Accurate Flip. Who was this? Someone right here. R2, okay, Silk, shit. Was this Marvin? Let's see. No, that's not Marvin. Who was this? I don't wanna get duplicates. Shit. Finding the right name in these 75. Let's remember this. Okay, we might stumble upon him again and download the same file and start listening to it. No, he said something specific about... Hold on. That's the lunch break guy. If I just search for... the word built. No, he said something about the noise cello. There we are. Okay. This submission came from Greg Vittore. That's how it was. Sorry about that. Let's move into the next one. And the next submission comes from none other than Atmosphere. Atmosphere. One of the regulars in my live stream, and here we are with a submission for this one. Atmosphere. I hope all is well. I used Logic for this beat. First I had to make it in stereo because the mono files were not blending well in the mix. Point taken. Then I rearranged the composition you provided and then added drums, bass, percussion, and sequenced other elements on top of the track. It's open and dramatic. you had mentioned that the beat didn't have to be hip-hop, so I took the liberty of doing a hybrid type of track. Hope you all enjoy. Okay, cool. Atmosphere with something that's not necessarily hip-hop. Totally fine. And cool to hear you experimenting with stuff. Using my sample, nonetheless. There we are. Okay, loud again. We are back on track, boys. Let's go. Atmosphere. Atmosphere. Thanks a lot for that submission. I mean, you wrote something about, I mentioned that it doesn't have to be hip-hop, so you did something else. What is this? I would still call this, in the kind of the beat music genre. Hip-hop is, it's a term. I don't know. And this was really cool. To me, you brought out the whole, Bond movie theme feeling that is hidden in the sample. You brought that out in a way that I feel is really cool. Super heavy and punchy, slow, and the whole hits home in a way that's really cool. I haven't heard you doing stuff like this before. This is really cool and impressive, and you just used a lot of the sample. Again, using a lot of the sample or just a little, or chopping it up or changing the pitch or whatever, I don't care. As long as you're creative and as long as the outcome is good. In this case, you're super creative. The outcome is super cool, super good. Good stuff. Atmosphere again, with a really great submission. This time around with my sample. So we made a beat together, me and Atmosphere. Capital letters, played. Atmosphere, featuring accurate beats. I'm kidding. And again, just to, I know I've said it before, but the sample is free, and anyone is totally able to use it however you want. It's your sample. Consider it yours. Do whatever. The one thing, if you try to put this sample in a sample pack or just resell the sample as a sample, I wouldn't like that very much, because you kind of don't have to steal stuff and try to resell it. If you want to make music with it, do that and release that however you want. I don't care. It's not true. I do care. If you release something like on a platform or whatever with this sample, please tell me, because it's fun to know. I'm not going to copyright claim anything. I don't care. Fuck that shit. Could have said all this before, but whatever. We need to play more beats. We have 10 minutes left, so we can do 3 beats or something like that. AK1 is the next producer at hand. AK1 says, beat was made in Ableton Live. Beat was made in Ableton Live using the Serato sample plugin for chopping the sample, time stretching, and bass stem separation. It was a last-minute effort, but I wish I had more time with it. My name is pronounced AK1. Okay, so it's AK like AK, but it's A-C-K. No, how did you spell it? You spelled it AK1, and it's supposed to be AK1. Cool, thank you. Let's download the file to my hard drive on my computer, and let's pull the file into the VLC media player, hit play, and shut the fuck up. Super cool drum patterns. Super cool drum pattern. Nice. You know, I made the sample. I know it in and out, and we've heard so many songs, so many beats with the same sample. I can't deny that using the chords like this, but leaving out the last one that adds the whole tension thing, feels a little bit strange to me. I know it's because I've made the sample myself. I wouldn't even have thought about this if I just heard the beat itself, so let's not judge it too hard. But right now, it just feels like, you know, we're getting a little bit of that tension, but none of the release because of that chord not being there, because I'm expecting it. I'm not supposed to expect shit. Cool thing, great drum pattern, and just using that like Rhodes part of the sample is cool. Cool. Do not hate it at all. It's cool. By AK1. And you said yourself that you would have had even more time with it. And I'm sure you would make this even a little bit stronger. But hey, you used the sample in a creative and cool way. You made it sound good. I'm not hating it. It's good. Act 1, thanks. All I'm saying is that it feels like, the opposite of satisfying when that chord isn't there because I'm expecting it. Who am I to expect a chord just because I played it and added it? You don't need to use that. Do whatever you do. Do you. And this is better in so many ways because of it. Now, BMK Beats is going to be the next one. BMK Beats writes a little message, as everyone else, and it says, yo, nice sample you made, man. All I added was my own drums and percussion, made all on the MPC-1. Looking forward to hearing what everyone else came up with. No, okay, this, it went a little bit too far. Hold on. You gotta tell me whenever I start sounding like that. Whenever I become a monster, it's time for some water and maybe a new snooze. I'm looking forward to hearing what everyone else came up with. I hope I'll catch it live from down here in Australia. Cool! Australia's in the house. BMK Beats from Australia with a submission that sounds almost exactly like this. Man, another cool submission. Cool in a way that, it's different. Someone in the chat room says, man, or said, man, that's a lot of drums. And yeah, there were a lot of drums, a lot of drum samples, a lot of drum hits, a lot of programming going into that, I'm sure. Sometimes less is more, sometimes more is more. Who am I to judge? Using the sample like that, in that kind of rhythm, in that tempo is cool. And, hearing it for the first time ever, it's interesting. All I added was my own drums and percussion. Yeah, but you added a lot of it. And adding that many percussive elements and rhythmical things in a track can be really cool. Sometimes, the mixing part of using stuff like that to that extent is going to be complicated. I think maybe you want to revisit the level of some of the drums, finding a balance that's a little bit more nuanced. Maybe not. Maybe you want to go this aggressive and have it that kind of full-blown. I like that too. BMK Beats has been played. Thanks a lot for sending it in. Now, we have 4 more minutes to go. Let's at least do one more. This time, let's go for Deadly T. That's a cold name, if nothing else. Deadly T. And it's a long message. Okay. I often listen to the beat review, but wasn't able to submit a beat so far. But now, for the Flip This Sample challenge, I got myself together to create something. I love the idea of different producers using the same sample to come up with maybe something totally different. I'm producing beats. I'm just going to read it as it says. I'm producing beats since the 90s. First equipment was an Atari ST 1040 with a cracked Cubase 2.0 on floppy disk and a shitty Yamaha TX16W sampler. I have no idea what I'm reading. Nowadays, I'm working with Reason 13 and sometimes Cubase 15 Pro. Greets to you, Accurate, for creating this challenge, and to everyone who participates by adding a beat or even just watching or listening to the live stream. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thanks a lot to everyone. Deadly T has made a beat with my sample, and I want you all to listen to it. Jesus. If I look kind of high, I know. That audio doesn't feed back to you, does it? What can I say? Using samples from the streams like that is, I just love it. I love it. The fact that you had this entire break where it sounded like I switched the scene in OBS and the intro started. Funny stuff, man. As the last submission for this episode, funny stuff. Let's hear that again. Jesus. I love that. I love that. Cool. Distortion? It's also a really good submission to end off with because, it uses a sample in a way that no one used the sample. We've played a lot of beats. I'm going to check the numbers soon. All that kind of reversing the sample and playing around with it, it's exactly what this is all about. Maybe you want to use the sample as it is. Just add drums. That's fine. Maybe you want to chop it up and, pitch it 9 semitones down or 6 semitones up. What do I know? Reversing the sample. Someone took the sample and extracted MIDI off of it and used those. Someone used a home-built noise machine, added it to this. Someone took a vocal from a rap a cappella. Someone added singing. Someone sang on it in a different language. This is more than, to me, this is more than just a bunch of dudes and dudettes making beats with a sample. We haven't played it all. That was the last submission for tonight. It was. I'm not going to play anymore tonight. We're doing another stream tomorrow to finish this thing off. Energy levels, time of day, and everything just plays a part. But man, this was a lot of fun. Such a cool experience. Let's check the number in VLC real quick. Can I just mark them all? I guess I can't. I gotta go through them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. 46 beats. 46 beats in 4 hours. 46 beats. Damn, boys. 46 beats is kind of crazy. And yeah, just to be clear, I'm going to go through the thing and I'm going to play every single one that's left tomorrow. We had 75. What did I say? 43? Help me out. Did I say 43? I don't want to count it. I don't want to count it again. I think I said 43. So 75 minus 43. Did I say 75? Did I say 43? Or 42? I thought you were going to make 50. Yeah, me too. But unfortunately, 40, whatever. Help me out. Same time tomorrow. Yeah, same time, same place, same everything. What would happen if I sent my submission in your email? Who knows? Honestly, did you use the sample and make something? Of course it's going to be played. Of course. Send it in. I said 48. 46. Okay, thanks. And we have a little bit of a lag between us. Thanks. So I said 46, which makes me go 75 minus 46. 29. 29 more beats. Let me be totally clear about this too. That one needs to go up there, and we need to no more beats. I just need to do that to be able to make sure that the contrast doesn't work. You can't read that. I guess you can. So for everyone, no, let's take that out. Jesus. To everyone who has been hanging out tonight, submitting beats, staying in the chat room and giving feedback and listening to every other submission from everyone else, I appreciate it a lot. It's wonderful to know that so many of you downloaded my sample, worked with it for a couple of weeks, 1.5, made something and submitted it and became a part of this. Beautiful stuff. I really do appreciate it. I think this is really cool. We are doing volume 2. Maybe in a month, something like that. Maybe in 3 weeks. I'm going to make sure to post it everywhere online, as always. But yeah, this episode right now is officially ended. We're not playing any more beats. Gonna do that. No more beats today. Check back in tomorrow, the same time. We're doing another stream to make sure that everyone gets played. If you want to sign out right now, feel free to do so. I'm going to check my numbers. I'm going to check all the submissions again. Make a new kind of export from the submission form to make sure. Just to make sure. I've kept saying 78 submissions, and I think this document right here is 75 submissions, but there might be a few more. You never know. This one, I need to save this. Flip the sample, volume 1, played beats. Gonna have to send that to my assistant. I'm kidding. I don't have an assistant. But I need to dive into the website again. Again, this listening party is over. This is just me doing admin work. I should sign out. Sure. Will I? No. Don't tell me what to do. Download the sample. Okay, yeah. The back end of my website. Flip the sample. That's the form, which you guys can't access, but I can, because you can call me Mr. Webmaster. Export form for the submissions. Cool stuff. Isn't it at least a little bit impressive that I know how to do all these things? I think it is. Making websites and spreadsheets and stuff. I am impressed by myself. That's how you become a douchebag. Now, sort ascending, and the first 2 lines are just me testing. 79 minus 2. So I said 75. The truth is 77. No, 78. Because I have one in the email. I did this thing for a guy who did the thing. So we have more beats than I thought. 79 minus the 46, right? 79 minus the 46 we played today. Yeah, we still have 33 beats to go. 33 beats to go. That's strange. Don't send your beat there. Forget it. What are you saying in the chat? Yeah, I mean, the amount of talent in this community, the amount of effort and time and work you guys put into this is mind-boggling. For real. It's super crazy, and I'm so impressed by every last one of you. You guys are nothing but magical, fantastic, and amazing. You know what? Let me be honest and vulnerable for a minute. I thought this wouldn't work. For real. That's not just me being humble or like talking down on myself or anything. I did not think so many people would actually download the sample and put in the time. Because for my normal like beat review streams, we are getting submissions. We're getting some good stuff. But me asking you guys to work with a specific sample, I thought that would be more difficult for people. Like raising the threshold, making it more complicated and more convoluted, and people wouldn't want to do it if they didn't love the sample. In this case, It feels like the total opposite. Like getting around 80 submissions. For real? For real? So crazy. And we still have more beats to play and more messages to read and more stuff to talk about and listen to tomorrow. I'm going to schedule that stream too. Tomorrow night we're doing the exact same thing. The same time, the same place. Playing beats, being a little bit quick about it, moving along and playing the rest of the tracks. We managed to do 46 today, and getting through 33 tomorrow will be kind of a piece of cake. Kind of. So yeah. I thought you were being crafty using your website. Good job though. Transitioned well. Thank you. I'm very proud of my different skill sets. What can I say? Music makers can and should be able to sample anything, so all good. Yeah, I kind of agree, but that's not true. You know, everyone can't use everything as a sample. You guys can, obviously, but yeah, sometimes people are really picky about the sample material they want to use. And I know, downloading my sample and like understanding how it works and finding your different favorite pieces of it, it's a commitment. Of course, it's a commitment. I'm asking you for a commitment. I thought that would make the entire thing more difficult, and I'm getting less submissions than before. Instead, we got a whole flood of them, which is amazing. I'm not complaining. I'm not saying that this is bad. This is awesome. I'm excited. This is super cool. We're doing volume 2, 100%. But this stream is officially done. No more beats will be played. And in a couple of minutes, it's actually done. I'm going to close it down and go to bed. Working on stuff tomorrow for a different project, for an upcoming video. That's going to be kind of exciting. Not saying more than that. And then I'm going to see you guys here tomorrow too for another live stream, another episode of the same listening party for Flip the Sample Beatmaking Challenge Volume 1, Listening Party Volume 2. That's going to happen tomorrow. But yeah, for the next episode, that's a little bit of a teaser, I guess, for the few of you who's left. For the next, for volume 2 of Flip the Sample, chances are that I'm gonna have some kind of prize, something to like give the person with. Yeah, I haven't thought about this. It's not done. If I can figure out everything that has to do with taxes in Sweden for doing kind of a lottery, not a lottery, we don't use that word, some kind of giveaway for the best submission, or for, maybe it makes more sense to have you guys voting for a submission. Whatever, I might have a prize coming to be able to do a giveaway. And I think for the next volume of the sample flip challenge thing, feels like a good fit. I'm not promising anything, but I have a thing going. If I can figure out everything when it comes to taxes and the legal stuff around all that, I might have something to give one of you. Puerto Ricanism seems to have enjoyed the sample. Yeah. The sample was right for sampling. Thank you. I mean, making that sample took me like an afternoon or something. But I was thinking about it. I was working with a different synthesizer, trying to make all kinds of stuff. And it just became this, hey, I don't fucking know what to do. I don't know what people want. And then I just decided to just fuck all that and just make something. It seemed to work. And for the next episode, I think I'm just going to do the same. I'm going to create a sample that sounds different from this. Because I like to be involved too. And I can't just pick a sample and record something from a record and give it out. That doesn't work. This way, we're safe when it comes to the legality of things. And I also think it's fun to make sample material. You don't have to participate if you don't want to, you know. But what I'm saying now is that this stream is over for real. I'm going to bed. Thanks a lot again for hanging out. This means a ton. This entire experience of just getting submissions all the time, my inbox has just been, I'm getting a notification for every submission that comes in. And we haven't had any trolls yet. You know, nothing crazy, nothing bad. You know, it's just been really cool the past week to just sit on the phone and just watching submissions coming in. Just, you guys are fucking awesome. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, we are leaving. We are wrapping it up. Thanks a lot for this first. Thanks for being a part of the listening party. That's the word I'm using. Thanks for being a part of this listening party. Gonna see you guys again tomorrow in the same stream, the same kind of concept, the same guy, the same kind of beats, with the same sample. It's gonna be awesome. Right now, I'm signing out for real. Peace out. Peace out. I think that's all. I think that's all. For real. Stop the recording first of all. That's done. Cool. For real. Peace out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then.